Hello everybody, good afternoon. My microphone was just weird, so let me know if if anything's off about how I sound. Should be okay. Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome back to your weekly dose of H2R. And we're in yet another garden encounter. We did a garden encounter on the first time. No, it was the second time we streamed this mission, and we are on the second garden encounter, which might look a little different from what you're used to. We can compare and contrast here in a second. I deliberately wanted to make the two gardens areas more visually distinct from one another, and they're also a lot more spaced out in the mission because there's a bunch of new content that I've created in between them. And the second garden here has actually been completely relocated. This garden used to be at this window, so this was the first garden here, and then this was the second garden. I had to in order to put a bunch of new areas in between, I had to relocate the second garden over to this window. So that was a big logistical nightmare to work out, but we're doing all right. We're doing all right with that. I had to replace a bunch of scenery and crates. I don't have it all in just yet, just the most important stuff that would affect pathfinding, like crates and the biomass on the ground. I haven't put in all the biomass just yet that were here in vanilla. But let me show you what the first garden looked like to get an idea of how I sort of visually distinguish them from each other, because they were pretty much both pitch black in vanilla with the same orange lighting. Okay, so this is the garden we worked on the first stream, second stream. It is a lot more well lit. Still dark though. We got the power starting to fail on high charity. Got these flickering purple lights. Tried to light all of the areas of interest to give a lot more visual clarity to the space while still keeping things dark and menacing. So this is what Garden A looks like. Switch back over to Garden B, and that's when things have really gone to shit, and we see Vanilla's menacing, evil orange lighting yet again. I wanted to keep it similarly dark as Vanilla, while still making use of orange spots of light here and there to denote areas of interest, like vantage points to fight from, just general things to draw player attention, while keeping things really dark. We're still gonna add a ton more objects and scenery into here on this stream as we design for this encounter. I just got the basics of the basics set up so far. The layout of these gardens has been altered, where you funnels you into engaging with the encounter as opposed to running past everything. We'll show off the finished, further polished version of the first garden, and then show off the more polished version of one of the new areas that we added. I won't show the encounters before Garden B, though. I would rather save those for a surprise, but we'll take a look at some of the other stuff before this point, before we get started. Tried to give it a lot more room to walk around here, especially since there's going to be a Juggernaut and a Hunter duking it out here. Wanted to give them ample room to do their thing. Yeah, so let's take a look at the first garden encounter again, and in its much more complete state. And also the first juncture encounter, which is the first of the new areas added here for this mission, which is also in a much more complete state than when I first streamed it. Alright, let's get to that encounter. I don't know how much of the BSP for the new area is light mapped. I forget. It might not have light maps at all, but that's okay for just playing it. Got some blood respawning in from behind you here. Give you a place to sort of get your bearings in the space without being shot at from all angles. What is this guy doing? He's being bold. And Cortana locks the door.
Parasite did not defeat the Forerunners, and it shall not defeat us.
Arrogant creature. Your deaths will be instantaneous, while we shall suffer the progress of infinitude.
Got this captain here taking up the center position. Okay, heading into this BSP here, I don't know how much of this is going to be light mapped. This hallway certainly isn't. Yeah, it's not light mapped at all. Whatever. Alright, come into this room here, which we spent like a whole stream on designing for. Got a flood brute captain up here. Kind of locks the door behind us again. Okay. And then that starts a segment where you head into a more spookier and quieter segment of the mission. And we'll stop that there as we get to designing for the Garden Bee encounter. Let me turn off the light map so you can actually see the layout of the location. Thank you, Zobi, for gifting 5 memberships. Congrats to everyone who got one. If you were a lurker who got one, I apologize. Just how the system works. Oh yeah, I am making heavy use of the crewman variants of the Flood that we added. Is there anything else I should show off before we get started? I think that's it. So yeah, there's a whole bunch of new content in between Garden A and Garden B now, whereas in vanilla they were back to back. Oh yeah, let me show you the visual difference between Garden B now versus how it looked in vanilla. So this is vanilla, Garden B. Very, very dark. For some reason, the shader of the cave here behaves very strangely with the flashlight, and it like lights up from infinite distance. I don't know why that is, but it seems like that was fixed when I re-imported this BSP. Don't ask me how I fixed it, but it's fixed. That's fixed now, so that flashlight bug won't happen. Very strange. It doesn't happen in the first garden either, which makes it extra strange. Yeah. I would say this, the lighting here does a good job of directing your gaze to the focal point of the space, which is the top center, top middle, and the exit, which has its own light attached to it. Just kind of going for more embellishing the evil orange lights here, and using that to sort of create the color scheme for this area to give some visual clarity to things. The outside there isn't light mapped, that's why it's so bright. Thank you, Sparse.
Are there going to be live elites and high charity? Love watching your work.
We're going to be live elites and high charity. In some capacity, yeah. Not super prominently featured, though. So now we need to get to deciding how we want to populate the space with cover, items, stuff like that. I already got everything here that was in vanilla, more or less, with a couple of added things. And now we need to see how we're gonna populate the rest of this space. It's twice, as always.
Are there going to be live elites and high charity? Love watching your work.
Live elite reaction. Will Prophet leg hair finally be shown in this mod? They have eyelashes, but do Prophets actually have any hair? They have, like, tentacles in place of hair. Like, they're tentacle beards. What happens to the Marines from Gravemind? They die before this mission starts. Inevitably. Thank you, Matthew, for the $2 super chat. Oh yeah, thank you earlier to the the Streamlabs donator for using Streamlabs. YouTube takes a 0% cut. So, let's see. There are gonna be lots of Covenant bodies in this space. I need to label them as I put them down. Let's focus on crates first. I know. Right as you come in, there's gonna be one of the hunters is already dead and is getting fucking fed on by a bunch of infection forms. And some combat forms around him too. So that's gonna be the first thing you see when you get in here. You're gonna be engaged by them. And the hunter is gonna be up on the middle, engaging combat forms over here. Gonna be some combat forms initially holding a position up here as well. And then once you've thinned out the initial guys and you've moved up, I'm thinking that I'm going to have the Juggernaut climb up the ledge here, coming through this window. And the Juggernaut will engage the hunter. And the Juggernaut's also going to have some backup of combat forms. And then when the hunter starts to get weakened, we're going to send in a swarm of drones from the same window from vanilla to take a little bit of the heat off of the hunter and increase his longevity outside of the player's outside of what the player does. And then I think guarding the door over here, I'm going to have a squad of probably Flood Brute Honor Guards, which we do have. So that'll be the sort of introduction here after you're finished with the rest of the room. And thank you, Matthew, for another $2. Will you put your Halo enemies in Gary's mod? I won't, but someone else can. I've never played Gary's mod. Feel free. Kind of interesting too that this the geometry of the gardens in vanilla is exactly the same, except for the fact that the second one has no water. It's all drained here. Okay, so most important thing we need to do for this room is we need to give the player some position to latch onto that they can observe the firefight from and engage at their own pace. So that'll probably be 3 places: here, here, and up here, if the player wipes out the combat forms that are holding this position up here. So we need to make these relatively safe positions to engage from once they've cleared out the initial enemies. And there needs to be some helpful items for them to get their foot in the door with this encounter. I already got a head start on that a bit, but putting a brute shot here, brute plasma rifles over here. There is a chance that there's a health pack in the room before this one. There's a chance that the player missed it though. I did put a health pack in the center up here. So we'll see how much more help the player needs as I play all the encounters of this mission in their context. But yeah, the previous room that the player would have come from has a ton of resources in it. Player most likely has an energy stave or a sword with them. So, I should probably focus on getting them some ranged weaponry. Probably a, like, either BR here or a carbine would be the best call for that. Could also accomplish that by giving some ranged weapons to the initial combat forms that spawn here. So that in mind, what we'll do is we'll have the initial combat forms be the ones that make available like a BR or a carbine to you, and then I'm gonna put some ammo for them over here so you can grab ammo for whatever they dropped. BR ammo, carbine ammo. And probably want to make a needler available down here too. Will be good against the Juggernaut and Hunter. I had a little loop back here that you can go around, so I'll put a needler here. I figure all this stuff out first because it'll inform how the AI are placed, how their firing positions are placed, how crates are placed. Let's put that there, and let's put a couple plasma nades as well. Probably put a body here as well. these brutes here. Let's get some plasminades for them too. Get a carbine ammo here. And good. Make some brute shot ammo available as well. So let's dot those around the space. Because really want the player to have the opportunity to use the brute shot against the Juggernaut, because he explodes really in a really fun way. Shot ammo here. And up here, of course. And then also, I think I want to put a cheeky little dead ODST flood over here. With a sniper rifle and another health pack. How feasible do you think it would be to make a mod fusing all of Halo 2's split missions together? Completely unfeasible in terms of object memory, scripting, hard script limits. You would have to like make both. You'd have to make both missions less than they are in vanilla in order to have them fit together without a bunch of overload issues. Also, they'd be really overly long. I'd say overall Bungie did a really good job of splitting missions that were once one mission into two and making them feel complete. The only parts of that where I'd say they didn't succeed in doing that is Uprising, Great Journey, and High Charity. Even Gravemind feels like its own complete mission because it's very long. Oh my god, that's so bright. Turn the light maps back on. I will probably need to make this ODST flood not infectable though, so he's not disturbed and you can stay by all of his ammo. I don't think I have a no infection ODST biped. I'll just put a regular human combat form here for the time being. Alright, Snipper Riffle. And I have a bunch of goodies on him. Like a health pack. Sniper ammo. ER ammo. Pistol ammo. Shotgun ammo. And a couple of frags. And let's also put a Magnum by him. Alright, you're just gonna be over here as a little bit out of the way treat. I need to make this body like both not destructible and not infectable, which I will do later, just so that body stays by that ammo. Okay. What do I want to put on the opposite side of here? I don't know. I think I'll hold off on putting stuff here and see what I feel like you might need finishing this encounter. There is a rocket flood that spawns up here in vanilla. I don't know if I want to keep him though, because I don't want him to kill the hunter too early. Maybe what I can do is once the hunter is dead and some of the dudes are all the dudes are thinned out, have another honor guard brute spawn from here and he's wielding a rocket launcher. Isn't there rocket ammo right there in vanilla? Let me see. I might have picked it up. I have the rocket launcher here with me. There's rocket ammo right here, isn't there? Or is that something I added in my like prototyping phase? I can't remember. Memory's just bleeding together. There's none down there right now. I don't know if I picked it up or what. Okay, so we got some carbines here. Anything else that I should probably add to help the player take out the Hunter and Juggernaut, depending on whoever wins? Let's get... You can bring a fuel rod gun with you up to this point. So let's add some more... Add some fuel rod ammo. If you're dedicated enough to carry it with you up to this point. One there. And one here. Probably don't want to make a sword or stave available up here, because that it's usable against the Hunter and Juggernaut, but not ideal. Probably want to have a second brute shot placed somewhere around here. Brute shot there, and I have the crate over here. Up there, there. Let's get another brute body over here. I don't know what capacity I'm gonna have infection forms in here yet. We'll see. Probably gonna put like a dead grunt here or something, so let's get a plasma pistol just like here. Let's see. Let's hide some rocket ammo right here. If I'm gonna have a rocket flood at the end of the hall guarding the exit. Don't want to make too much rocket ammo available though, because still want to keep the Sanctum encounter coming up here difficult. Sniper rifle will be really good for the Sanctum encounter. Yeah, the energy sword in Vanilla Halo 2 isn't able to damage the hunter, because the sword's melee damage is considered indirect damage, and the material of the hunters that receives indirect damage is hard metal solid, which the energy sword does 0 damage to. I tweaked things to where to remedy that a bit, so it's usable but not ideal. Incorporating the corpses of Prophet into this level? Ideally, yeah. I'm not sure where yet, though. I am leaving the decorative stuff, super decorative environmental storytelling stuff, till I'm done with the mission design whole. Okay, now, crates are going to be a bit of a dubious prospect, at least in the center here, because the Hunter and Juggernaut are going to be flinging whatever crates I put here all over the freaking place, so it's going to be completely unreliable and inconsistent to use as cover. So we'll see about that. I do know, though, I want to make use of some barriers, Covenant barriers here. Will we see a Vanguard variant of the Brute? No, we don't have Honor Guard Brutes wielding the shield. That is an elite only thing. Okay, these will serve as some really good cover as you're coming over here. I wonder which direction I should have these facing, actually. Probably that one in that direction, this one in that direction. Thank you, ImaginArt, for the $5 super chat. You can't stay away. Spoilers are too tempting. Trying to give the player some viable cover as they engage the hunter who is being engaged by the flood. trying to use a different set of objects compared to the first one, the first garden, to make it stand out a bit. Okay. I could just put some crates here, not expecting them to be used as cover, but just give the hunter and Juggernaut stuff to just fling around haphazardly at their leisure. See what comes of that. Also, I need to have something on this ramp here to let you know that that is a foothold you can climb up, because there is nothing denoting that otherwise without darknesses, so I need to put something there. I don't want to do a Covenant Torch, though, because I kind of want to maintain the red-orange color scheme of this room. I'm not sure. Maybe Grunt Blood, like a Grunt Blood decal, like a smear. Along with dead grunt bodies. Alright, let's see. Hopefully, I hope this maps to the surface without much issue. Okay, that works well. Wish I could see them consistently in tag test. I think that'll map to the surface in a way that makes sense. Can't see shit. Yep. The decal placing system is so broken, unreliable. Get some grunt blood all down here. Oh my god, will you place the damn decal? Thank you. So annoying that I can't actually see them in Sapien. I don't know if there's a debug command that does let me see them. But yeah, let's put some grunt bodies down here to go along with that. Will Flood Brute ranks have sub-ranks with regular versions? The Flood Brute ranks work. You have the standard version of the Flood Brute, which is just one rank, and then you have the Flood Brute Captain, which can come in both minor and major variant. Let's get you on here. Why are you upside down? Silly? Silly grunt. Turn you around. Face a direction that makes more sense. That aligned with the decal? Yes. Have you both beat majors? You are an ultra. Okay, that'll be helpful for making that path more obvious, I think. Wonder if I should have anything on fire in this room. Convey things going to shit. I have to, since I can't see how that looks in Sapien, I have to load this up in tag test and take a look. No, the scenery corpses are not affected by physics or anything. What's the closest thing I can... Switch, BSB, 8? No, not 8, 2. Where am I? Where is the area? Right, here we go. Cheat. Teleport to camera. Okay, let me see how this looks. Okay, that works, except for the shitty mapping of the that decal on that surface. I don't know why that mapped so badly. I should probably also do a similar thing here to immediately draw your gaze to this ledge here. I don't know how to make this map in a way that isn't garbage. Do is keep adjusting and pray that it works eventually. Oh my god, you piece of shit. Put down the decal! Successfully. I know you can do it. Alright, let's get some splats there. Don't tell me you can't put a decal there. I know you can. Why is it telling me I can't put a decal on this surface? Halo 2 is such a stupid engine. Look, I can drag it there just fine. What's your problem, Halo 2? Okay, front body here and here. Have these guys all be higher ranked, considering this is very close to the sanctum. Okay, and then also, of course, we don't don't have hunter scenery bodies, do we? I don't think we do. I don't think Luna ever added those. No. Okay. Well, biped works just fine. I have to get the Gold Hunter biped in here. Oh, wait, they don't have their own biped, I don't think. They share a biped with the standard hunter, I think. What did I call it? Is it major? Yeah, okay, there we go. Perfect. Okay, this is the first thing you're gonna see in here. Flood feasting on a dead hunter. Add hunter blood decals to that. Blood everywhere! Oh, you made another super chat. I'm sorry. Thank you for the $2. That's my pet grunt Timmy. He's a spaz. Okay, I feel like I should probably have one more weapon here. I don't know what it would be though. Brute plasma rifles here. We're gonna have the blood here use range weapons. You have a brute shot up here. We have needlers over here. What else could possibly assist in this encounter? A beam rifle would actually work against both the hunter and the juggernaut. Yeah, I feel like a beam rifle would actually make sense to put somewhere in here. Having a very precise weapon like that would give you like a lot of control over how the battle flows between the two sides. I would prefer to put that over here though. Not so much over here because this is like a more of a hot spot, so this would be a bit more chaotic. Let's put a beam rifle somewhere over here. That'll also be really, really good against the drones. Although you get a beam rifle in the first garden, you get a beam rifle from killing a sniper jackal up here, so that might be a little too redundant with the last encounter. I'm trying to keep things varied between them. I think I'll put the beam rifle down here. I'll have a dead sniper jackal next to it too. Player can easily carry it up to a vantage point. So here it'll actually be good because it'll make the player traverse more of the space to maximize their efficiency. Go here first to get the beam rifle, come back around here to the vantage point to snipe at dudes. Yeah, I think that'll work. Probably put these ammo over here more in plain sight and not blocked by the brute shot crate or brute plasma rifle crate. I realize I haven't made use of the GPMG in this mission at all yet. I wonder if where at all I should put it. I feel like the upper mausoleum encounter with the pelican would probably make a lot of sense. Probably hide it somewhere around there. I feel like the GPMG would also work really well in the Sanctum encounter, so maybe I can hide one before that point as well. I don't know yet, though. That floor has no texture? What floor? Yeah, the textures aren't finished. I'm gonna do that later. I swear this isn't the first time you've come in here and raised a stink about the color of the Honor Guard Ultras. I don't know what that's about. Anyway. I don't really put anything here in the middle reliably because it'll get knocked around by the Hunter and Juggernaut. They should put some needler ammo around this room somewhere. Anything in this? Any fires I want to put anywhere? Probably should. Just so you can convey things starting to go to shit. I really don't know where, if at all, I should use red fires in Covenant areas like this, as opposed to a plasma fire. There's plenty of red fires used in Halo 1's Covenant ships. Just don't know where I would make use of that here. I guess I should probably stick to the orange fire for this room to keep up with the color scheme. Dynamic light on this one, so there's the Hunter. Can't place it too close though, because the infection forms that are going to be on the Hunter eating it, we're gonna immediately get killed. If this has damage, does this have damage? Yes, it does. Okay. Having a dynamic light here would be good, nonetheless. Okay, get that there. Let's get a smoky fire close by as well. Don't want to overuse it too much because I still want this area pretty dark. Just want every new room you walk into should have an immediately striking visual profile to it. I'll probably light this biped here with cinematic lighting along with the Hunter and the Juggernaut over here, so they're always able to visually stand out in this room. You can always see them, even if it's even if they're in the dark area. Get fire in all of the most important places. I swear, lighting a room on fire is my go-to for trying to make it visually look distinct. I've pulled that trick so many times. I did it on 343 Guilty Spark, I did it on the library, did it on the Pillar of Autumn. Probably have a dynamic light fire up here. Gotta make sure the AI don't pathfind into it, otherwise they're gonna be getting burned. Thinking about it. I feel like I might want to reserve the dynamic light fires for the focal point of the whole space, which is going to be the Hunter and Juggernaut fighting each other. Let's hold back on the dynamic light fires. A little bit. Elsewhere in the space, anyway. And let's get those instead around where the two stars of the show are going to be duking it out. Need to be careful where I place them, though, because they don't want them walking into it. And then if these end up making the space feel too bright, I can adjust the light map lights in this room to accommodate, counterbalance things. Okay, medium fires fade out from a really, really short distance. I'm gonna need to change that. This isn't even a big room, and they fade out that quickly. Fade out at 15 and 25 world units. Actually, the smoke can stay the same. It's just the fire parts itself that need to not fade out so quickly. That's much better. And there needs to be some fire by the exit too, because otherwise the fire is going to be overpowering the route you're supposed to exit out of visually. In fact, I could make use of plasma fire over in this direction, so that the color stands out from the orange of the rest of the room, so the exit is a very, very different color from the rest of the room. We'll see if all this ends up feeling like too much for a room that's supposed to feel very dead and dark. It's feeling fairly balanced. Might turn down the half-life of all of the red lights in here if we're gonna have this much pop of color from the fire. So we'll have these red lights will be casting less light, so we'll have a higher contrast. Things will be as lit up, I'm thinking. Be very, very restrained fire that I employ. Thank you, Hateful, for the $20 super chat. I appreciate it. How does this feel to actually walk around in with the flashlight, though? Nice. I feel like your gaze toward the things that are important is pretty good now. I think I will be able to turn down the half-life of some of these light map lights now to counterbalance. All the important places are lit up. I still don't know what I want to do down here with this thing here. I definitely want to have some kind of resource in there. Shouldn't the fire be blue? Yeah, it could go either way. There's no logic to what color of fires come from, like Covenant tech that isn't explicitly plasma. I just used orange here to keep with the color scheme of this room, and then I used blue over here to mark the exit. With putting a fire over here by the health pack. It's not a dynamic one. So to go along with this fire, I should probably put some debris piles as well. Thank you, John, for the $20 super chat. You made me more excited for anything Halo than any developer has for the last 6 years. Thank you and keep up the good work. Thank you for the kind words. Debris. Let me turn off the light maps. stockpile large, and it isn't that large to do that. I wonder if stuff like this has pathfinding properties. Do not know. How did the flood do this much damage that fast? They're very chaotic. Yeah, I definitely should light this body and the actual actors here with cinematic lighting so they pop out in the environment. Okay, I'm feeling pretty confident about this space so far. Now, before we can really do anything, need to mark this entire area with jump hints since its location is completely changed from how it used to be. That also means need to remove all of the now useless jump hints that are outside of the map. One isn't even anywhere. Alright. Okay. Get all these jump ins around here so the AI can properly navigate the space, prevent them from getting stuck. That isn't ever an issue. Had to do this shit all over High Charity because Covenant architecture is especially prone to getting the to having the Flood get themselves stuck. As they're just flying all over the place, running all around. And getting themselves into a space they can't pathfind off of without help. Like these the curves of these walls. Very easy for Flood to get themselves stuck on these. That should be good enough. The BSP transition for the previous BSPs right here. You have to be able to jump up here too. down here. I have never played the OG Marathon games. A lot of very, very jumpy boys. Gotta make sure they can do their jumping as they're intended to. Especially need to make sure that the Juggernaut can jump around where he needs to. How does your team handle playtesting, bug testing for the mod? The whole team plays encounters as I complete them. We do meetings to discuss polish and stuff like that. Smaller hands. All the things that go into making sure Halo's AI can move around the environment. Some hints for if they get stuck. surfaces like these. And if somehow they get themselves stuck up here, you need to make sure they can get down. Any other potentially problematic spaces? This part of the map anyway. So I'll have to redo all of the Sanctum stuff. Thank you, Xena Reaper.
Absolutely loving the way everything has come together in H2R. Kudos to the entire team for such amazing work. I do have to ask, will HC have new background geo added to actually show the beam and support structures we will be going through on the hog run? Absolutely loving the way everything
The skyboxes is going to definitely have a bunch of changes to make it look really fucked up. Thank you so much for using Streamlabs.
Will HC have new background geo added to actually show the beam and support structures we will be going through on the hog run?
That should be good. Okay. Let's get any cookie cutters in. I might need to be here. Stop the AI from trying to pathfind in stupid ways. Put any... Are there any dynamic fires I put down on the ground that I should put a cookie cutter on? This is damaging, I think, but they won't try to pathfind up there. Okay, I think that should cover all the bases in this room. I think I already put cookie cutters right here by the pedestals. Okay. Now let's regenerate pathfinding. Yeah, we do. I do want to make Halo 3's High Charity more consistent with Halo 2's in some visual ways. Beethovenus. Okay, everything's working well. Alright. I think now is the time to get the basic scripting infrastructure for this encounter sorted out. Head on over into the scripts. Make a main script for it. Where is the garden beam? Where should I put this? Probably here. Okay. This is where I will put my encounter. Alright, let's go ahead and comment out all of the vanilla scripts so I can rebuild everything from scratch. Use any... We'll carry back any scripts that I will possibly need as they're needed. Just get all of this commented out first. Okay. Inner Sanctum Graph Lift make more sense? How does it not make sense? Probably a little too slow. Ugh. Okay, oh, before I forget, I need to go around and label all of the grades that might be memory intensive so I can pull them out in and out as needed. Now, especially the bipeds. That's all good to go. Wake. AI Garden B Cov. And AI Garden B. How many flood scripts am I gonna have here? Am I gonna have any amount of flood respawning? I'm not sure. We'll have a central flood control script. I don't know if the Juggernaut's gonna have his own script either. Probably should have him do that just so I can have as much control over it as I need. And then I know I'm probably gonna want a script for the flood that are guarding the exit. Just to make sure they are not getting blown away by the hunter before the player has a chance to interact with them. So spawn in some new ones until the player is ready to engage them. That'll probably be all I need. I also need the dialogue script for Truth and Gravemind. And a checkpoint, of course. All of these set up. Okay, basic infrastructure set up. Let's get all of these squads that I think I'll need now. Alright. Garden B. Alright, we'll start with the Covenant. Or be Hunter. Start with you. And Garden B Covenant. Squad group. Granted to Garden B enemies. Granted to all enemies. Okay. Just a single hunter fighting a bunch of flood alone in the room initially. I won't do their spawn locations just yet. And then the drones. Gonna be a good chunk of them. I have 6 on normal, 8 on legendary. Always going to have a drone captain with it as well. The alien trees, plants from grave mines park areas be usable in the interior garden sections. I've made use of some of that on this mission. This is a interior space though, so I'm not sure if the trees would make sense. And now the initial flood that greets you as soon as you come into the room. We're gonna have infection forms on the hunter corpse. So Gar, B, Inf, Any. And the initial combat forms in front of the door. Gar, B, Flood, Any. We also make sure to squad group the infection form here. Garden, B, infection. That is going to be parented to blood infection for optimization purposes. Okay, we're probably gonna greet the player with like 2 to 3 combat forms right in front of the door. We're going to be wielding ranged weaponry for you to be able to grab and use yourself. Okay, then there's going to be the Flood that are holding the center position. I need to make a squad group for the Flood too. Guard, didn't be Flood. We'll have like 3 of them up there, always consistently. And then I think I'm gonna have the hunters prefer to target a semi-respawning group of Flood over here, because I don't want the hunter killing the mid squad too soon for the player to have to take them out themselves. I'm gonna have the hunter prefer to target dudes that are just over here on the rocks harassing them until the player moves up and is able to engage with dudes themselves on their own terms. So Gar, B, Flood, Fodder, we'll call these. No, Fodder, Fodder. Okay, we'll have 4 of these guys. They'll behave like pretty defensively. And I know there are stealth combat forms that come in from the window here in vanilla, but we actually have a stealth combat form encounter elsewhere in the mission, so we're gonna not include those here. We're just gonna focus on the Juggernaut, Hunter, and the Honor Guard brutes that come out from the end. And then there's gonna be combat forms that actually I want there to be combat forms that come up in that accompany the Juggernaut as he spawns, but I can just have these guys distracting the Hunter be the same squad that comes up with the Juggernaut. They both climb up from this window. I can just change their orders if I need to. Once the Juggernaut spawns and things get going. Garby, Flood. Look far. Okay. Then, of course, the Juggernaut himself. The parents have just the General Guard and the enemies. Hopefully this climbing animation works well with the window here. Hope I don't need, like, Echo to make a custom animation for it. Alright, Garby, Juggernaut. I'm gonna need to test that the climbing works on the Juggernaut. Okay, and then lastly, the exit squad. For the Flood and back. These are gonna be some Brute Flood Honor Guards. Combat Brute Honor Guard, and definitely want one of them to have a pike, but I can't spawn him in initially because if he has a stave, he's gonna by default just rush the Hunter in the middle of the room. If have him spawn later, so we'll stagger the squad out into ranged and non-ranged, and the non-ranged ones will only spawn once you're approaching the back door and the encounter is almost ready to conclude. And thank you, Justus, for the $5 super chat. I hope that's not a slur. Hey Ruby, I had to stop supporting Patreon because of financial issues, but I appreciate everything you and the team are doing. Can't wait to play this. No problem at all. Appreciate continued support. Anyway. Okay, first squad of Brute Honor Guards in the back, and then second one, and then maybe on like Legendary we can play around with the idea of this one having one of them having a rocket launcher. Just to keep that dimension of this room having a rocket flood somewhere intact. Okay, and then do I want any more infection forms in this room in any capacity? I'm thinking at most maybe just from the exit. We have a bunch of infection forms spawn with the same timing as the second squad, so we have a big swarm of them coming through. Okay. That should be the encounter composition. Done with. Inside their starting locations. I need to use the bathroom. I'll be right back in just a minute. Alright, I'm back. Realizing I might need an initial squad of blood fodder spawns for the hunter to immediately focus on. Just have like 3 of those guys. And once they're thinned out, the actual climber blood can spawn back here. Okay, now let's get their starting locations sorted. Hunter, have you spawn about right here. I think he's immediately gonna knock that crate away as soon as he spawns. Sure. You are the wrong variant. I should just be able to, what? Major. I don't think they on it. I need to double check if they have their own character tag. Yeah, they do. I thought I added that already. Okay, there he is. Okay, he's not immediately going for the crate. Okay, now drones. Spawn them somewhere safe, out of sight. But not too far away. Probably over here. Okay. Captain will always spawn. Everybody else is up to RNG. Initial movement mode. Flying. Initial movement distance. 10 world units. Alright. Captain, always place. Okay, that'll work. Alright, initial infection forms. Let me rearrange these a bit. Let me recreate the hunter body. Hopefully these guys behave themselves. Don't, like, wander off immediately. Okay, always place those two, and then higher difficulties are going to have an extra squad back here comprised of 5 infection forms. Okay, they're behaving themselves reasonably well. Well as you can expect Halo 2 infection forms to behave. They're such a downgrade from Halo 1, I swear to God. In every way. Alright, now the initial combat forms. Human form, always place. You will always have a battle rifle. Then brute form here, the carbine. Elite form here, plasma rifle. Blood at the midpoint. We're going to engage from up here, guard this position. Some of you, human combat forms. I wonder if I should have an ODST flood up here. Always placed. Maybe. Let's put an ODST up here with a BR. How are the infection form a downgrade in Halo 2? Their pathfinding is infinitely worse, for one. They take up a lot more object memory, so, like, there can only be, like, 20%. Like, there's 80% less infection forms you can place before the game throws a fit about it. And they can't be splattered by vehicles anymore. They don't have red reticle because they're not considered bipeds anymore. So they have no, you can't auto aim or have any bullet magnetism on infection forms in Halo 2, which is really annoying. Halo 2's infection forms just blow. And I was only able to remedy some of that. Fucking secondary weapons instead of primary. Now for the initial fodder. You guys need to be immediately in sight of the hunter. Working with the Flood makes me really jealous that they added squad templates in ODST. I keep having to re-input the same squad composition of randomized Flood weapons and actors over and over. Okay, then comes the climbing Flood. I'm gonna work with every climbing actor here last, and I'm just gonna get the rest of the dudes sorted out first. Okay. Blood, Brute Honor Guards now. One of you, Carbine. Sick. Okay. Then the pike wielders, and optionally, we'll see the rocket launcher user. Frag grenade since you're building a human weapon. Floodbrute shouldn't have any issues wielding the rocket launcher. That should work fine. And then also the infection forms that spawn back here. I have a ton of them. Okay, and now the climbers. This is going to be a giant pain in the ass. Okay. The straight surface, so the hopefully shouldn't be too hard. Need to put a lot of climb hints here. Is it climb or well? That's well. Favorite H2 or H2A music track is? Can't go wrong with the Halo 2 Originals Leonidas. Where is the kill volume here? Is there a kill volume here? I think I added it. Yeah, there it is. Okay, that's well below. Okay. Alright, hopefully these well hints should be really, really straightforward. There. 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 That should be enough. Hey, justice, please. Hello? Gotta make sure every one of these works. Does the end need to be labeled as jump? It might need to be. Alright. Test them all out one at a time. Regenerate pathfinding. Bum 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 ba bum 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 bum. Yeah, these actually might need to end in jump and not climb. Let's see. Actually, you know what might make this a little easier? Place all of the flood down, and then place them by their spawn location instead of guesstimating where each jump hint is. Did Echo ever give the Brute Flood a climbing animation? I don't think so. So I'll just stick to the elite and human forms here. spawn all of you in.
Keep hanging on, hang in there.
Okay.
Get it to immediately. I think I have to do it like this and this. And then I think it marks where I have to put it for it to be successful. Blood climbing is such a pain in the ass to set up. They all have to have their own spawn locations, otherwise they'll knock each other off the wall. Alright, start your engines, gentlemen. Oh yeah, Echo did fix the broken human flood climb that made them always fall. They don't have anywhere to. Do they need a firing point to go to? They'll actually climb on. No? No dice? Oh, fuck off, Sapien. Fuck you, Sapien. When did I last save? Oh, god damn it, I have to place him down again. Although all my flood spawns are still here at least. I'm gonna place these down again. God did that change the climb? Align these all properly. Alright, save. Generate pathfinding. I probably need a firing point to go to. Yeah. Okay. Go! There they go! Look at them! Well, some of them made it. Some of them are just being goofy as shit. I fucking hate this game, dude. Ah! This game sucks. Alright, how do I fix this? Maybe I could have them jump up to the glass on the window. Assuming that is able to be pathfindable at all. Okay. That was a lot more consistent. So fucking fickle. So damn precise it has to be, otherwise stupid shit like this happens. Nice job. Why are you being such pathfinding morons? This guy's still having trouble over here for some reason. Bro, the pathfinding works fine. I don't know why you're trying to go through the fucking glass. I don't know why you're having such an issue with this. You are just being stupid now. You're being ridiculous. Oh my god. What are you doing? Stop! Stop it! Hate that I have to regenerate pathfinding every time. Makes this so annoying to test. Oh my god, what the fuck, bruh? I have to move you over a little bit. Yes, they did climb up this, they did climb up the wall and come through the window in vanilla. You're being such a dumbass. Fucking god. And you have these fucking dipshits who are doing this. Don't make me add a fucking cookie cutter. I have to do some stupid stuff like this. Hopes that they stop trying to pathfind through the glass. There we go. Good job, buddy. Proud of you. This guy's still having issues, though. Okay, you know what? I don't care that much. I don't care that much about this to keep regenerating pathfinding. I'm just getting rid of you altogether. You have lost your privilege to exist. You are getting the cut. Bye! Everybody else works but you. I don't care. Why are you having issues now? I place you into the geometry too far. Now what the fuck's going on? Okay. Oh, I know what's going on. I'm placing one more. Because I got rid of one, I need to place one less. Two are spawning in the same place. There we go. Okay. Not all of them are going to be spawning like that, though, so don't need to worry about all of them spawning at once. Only, like, 2 of them are going to spawn at any given time. Okay. That works. It works. Thank you, Great Khan, for the $10 super chat. Hey Ruby, glad to finally catch Alive. Is it within your power to go free cam to make a small vignette cutscene like on Silent Cartographer? Yeah, somewhat. I have done that once in this mod, but I'll leave that to a surprise. Okay, then we need to do the Juggernaut climbing up. My dog needs to go outside real quick, so I'll be back in just a couple minutes. Turn back on light maps. Alright, I'll be right back. Hi. Doggy has been taken out. And I mean taken outside, not like taken out in a Hitman sort of way. Okay, Juggernaut time. You might need to give him his own. Fucking mouse is pissing me off. Shit keeps getting stuck in the mouse sensor, and it like makes it unresponsive sometimes. Pisses me off. All right, this might need his own climb hint here. Let me go ahead and place him about where I want him. Now I'll have to see how this works because I'm not sure how he's gonna. Fucking mouse. Good God. There's nothing more frustrating than a mouse that stops working like 10% of the time. I don't know exactly how he's going to exit the climb here. I'll have to see about that. Oh, thank you, Holy Muzzy.
I'm ready. How about you? This donation was overdue. Hooah?
Thank you so much. He does not seem to appreciate this jump hint. Or not jump hint, climb hint. How much do you feel bad for the Bungie devs who also worked on the engine? At least the Bungie devs had actual programmers they could send debug requests to and addition requests to. We're raw dogging it. We're working with what we get. Why are you not liking this? Keep placing you until you find the right spot that might work. Oh, he doesn't have orders, right? To give him orders. Otherwise, he'll just sit there, doing nothing. All right, you almost had it. A little overshot in a certain way, but good start. Let's get him. See if I can get him to jump over here instead of straight up. He jumps fucking high. Alright, I'll have to play around with this until I find a configuration that works. I think his climbing is working properly, it's just that his jump sends him really, really far up. I'm not sure if I can... There's probably a way I can get around this. I could probably give him a command script that times it to where it sets him a forward velocity timed when about he reaches the top of the ledge. That would be pretty easy to do. Okay, yeah. It's working. It's working as designed. I just need to give him a command script to account for this specific kind of geometry. So script, command script, CS, garbjug, CS, enable pathfinding failsafe, enable everything. Okay, let's see. Sleep, 80 ticks, and then object set velocity, AI get object, AI current actor. Set a forward velocity of 5 world units, and let's see how that works. I need to debug here so I know when it fires off. Print, launch forward. I'll need to have it wait longer. Okay, yeah, wait a lot longer. Okay, nice. It's timed that a little bit sooner. Counteracts his upward velocity very well. That was a little too early. That's perfect. You gotta so have him just to make extra sure he gets to where he needs to be. CS, ignore obstacles, true, and then wait like 5 seconds before you exit out of this command script, just to make absolutely sure you're not getting pathfind fucked by all the flood in the windowsill. There we go. How does that look from out here? Or in here? Nice. Okay, so what I'm learning from this is that I need to adjust some of this geometry so you can actually see him climbing out from all the way over here. So let's move this rock over here. And then move this geometry down so you can see him from over here. Move that there so there's a clear line of sight between the window and where the player is likely going to be when the Juggernaut spawns. Okay, that will work well, so now you can see him coming in. In this case, I should also move this crate here, flag right here instead. Are you taking damage from the fire? This one doesn't have any damage to it, does it? You taking damage from this fire? Large is his hitbox. Oh, well, that won't be a big issue when he's like wandering around chasing the hunter. I should also have... Should I have him berserk initially? Or should I have him move more slowly? I gave him his own script, so I think we'll have him move more slowly initially. And then... wait until he's like at 60% health, and then we'll have him berserk. What other conditions should he berserk under? I don't know yet. Just leave it at that for now. How big is your AoE hitbox, dude? You're taking damage from the fire that's all the way over here. Oh well. How long will it take it to kill him, I wonder? Okay, he got out of the way eventually. What is his, how much did that damage him before he moved out of the way? Oh, he's only at 80% health. That barely did anything to him. Standing in that for like 3 minutes straight. Alright, let's get the hunter and the Juggernaut into this space so I can see what kind of cinematic lighting I want them to have. I would like them to stand out visually from the background, even in the dark. Alright, get close together so I can see you ladies. Why are you using the beam cannon? That is not correct. Alright, turn off their AI. Alright, that's perfect. Why are you using the beam cannon? It's because he had the major actor variant name? But he wasn't using the right actor variant? I don't know. Okay. The cinematic lighting decided on here. Okay, object. This is cinematic lighting. RB Doug. Okay, and then the hunter. We both use cinematic lighting. Okay, now let's actually set the cinematic lighting to something. let's play around with this now. Set the primary light. Let's see, what direction do I want them to be lit from? Nope, no breaking Benjamin, sorry. Be cool to have like make them look silhouetted from the lighting. So wonder if I could achieve that by having them lit in orange from both the top and the bottom. You can play with that idea. Okay, now the secondary light. Pretty much already has them lit with that color. And the ambient light is already set to full dark. Okay. So, how do I think this looks? From multiple angles. Probably make it brighter. Make the secondary light even brighter. Back to the primary light. Do I have it? What direction do I have it? I have it lit from 90 and negative 90. That is coming from the bottom, right? Top and the bottom. Okay, yeah, that's coming from the bottom. Doesn't quite silhouette it in the way that I wanted to, though. Or so it just lights up their entire frame. I really like how the bottom lighting looks. Let's see how the top lighting looks on its own. That looks really nice too. I think I prefer the top lighting in this case. Might still give them a little bit of secondary lighting from the bottom, just not as much. Let's settle on 2 and 5. Nice, I like that. And the ambient light can stay at black. Okay. I am probably going to make this space darker, because the fire already actually does a lot to give a lot of visual clarity here without having to light it up too much more. And so I'll see how they look under those lighting conditions. I wonder if I can play around with the color here. Give them a very slightly different hue. I like that. And then I'm gonna need to give the hunter body that's here the same cinematic lighting. Nice, that stands out so well, especially next to the fire. Right, that'll be really cool and dramatic. Will Spec Ops be featured prominently in this mission? No. But the Spec Ops did have a lot of encounters almost dedicated to them in Gravemind I didn't give them. They had a lot of representation in Gravemind in vanilla. I just like fleshed out that representation, redesigning their encounters to make the most of them. Okay, now we actually get to place down some firing points, I think. I might have to be wrapping up the stream semi-soon. I'm not sure when exactly. We'll just keep going until I have to go. Turn the light maps back off. See? Alright. Make some actual firing points for the AI to use now. Okay. Initial flood. Initial flood firing points. Following points. More following points. At some point when the Juggernaut kills the Hunter, I'm gonna have him assault the player. We'll probably use these firing points for that. And then the firing points the Hunter is most likely going to use. And firing points the initial blood fodder that are fighting the Hunter is going to use. I'm going to have to adjust these when I re-import the BSP because of the slight geometry change I made here. And some following points here. Spec Ops Flood? Yes, this mission will have moments with Spec Ops Flood in it. And firing points for the flood that spawn here. More following points over here. Then, for the brute honor guards that spawn back here, they're gonna guard the door. And then the drones will need some flying points. Are they able to perch? I think they'll be able to perch on this surface here. I think this is 90 degrees. Let's see. Yeah, that works. Okay, perch spots for the drones along here. Will this work? Yeah, that works. Okay, maybe not that many, but... Okay, perch spots there, and then this is also 90 degrees, so we'll put some here as well. Then this is instant geometry, I think, so I don't know if this is pathfindable. No, that's not instanced. Okay. I could make them perch there. It's kind of a big spot to perch. Oh, we'll just keep them against this wall, I think. Okay, now we need some flying points for them. How do I want them to behave flying-wise? Okay, so probably some positions over here and here, if you've cleared out the flood and they converge on you. Place some dotted all around over here. Come to use. which is going to be where they mainly fight from. I think I need to make sure these firing points are within line of sight of the window, otherwise their pathfinding will fuck up and they'll have a really hard time getting over here. Okay, and then some points over here for them to engage the dudes watching the door if the other enemies have been thinned out. Is Flak Hunter aligned with the brutes? Not on a Gravemind. Alright, I mean, this is the only mission where they're not aligned with the brutes. No, wait, fuck. This is the only mission where they are aligned with the brute faction. Sorry. Follows the same logic that the grunts, who are predominantly on the elite side once the schism broke out, are defaulting to the brutes side on this mission as well. Same logic at play. Awesome, that's awesome to hear, Chris. And that should be everybody's firing points. Alright, let's give them some orders. Let me first make sure the drones can get where they need to off spawn. When they start to weaken, they will move back to their brute spots. All these guys can get over here. One of them can. Hold on, this might be a moment where I need to use flight hints. Okay, flight hints. Yeah, it looks like the vanilla map used these for the drones, probably for the same reason. That should help. Why not make that tentacle try to smack you? It's not a bad idea. Just have to make it so the tentacle actually has collision, has damage properties to the player, has the proper animations to do so, and has the scripting infrastructure necessary to know when it should smack you. That would be a lot of work. Get over here. A lot of you. Here they go. Here they come. I should probably spread them out more so they trickle in a little more as opposed to coming in all at once. Coming in hot. They're so smart. Alright, nice. Spas are working as intended. Beautiful. Okay. Now let's do the hunter. Pretty much just have him stick here. Unless maybe after the Juggernaut spawns, and if you've killed the Juggernaut, he will move to, like, over here. So if he happens to, if you kill the Juggernaut, or you kill the Juggernaut, he will change positions. Okay, and the initial infection forms share the same orders as the initial combat forms, I think. Okay, they will initially fight here. Should I have them change positions at any point? Yeah. I should probably have them change positions if the player does not deal with them first. Don't need a conditional to do that. I can just give them search positions here. That'll work just as well. Actually, what I should do is I should have them follow the closest player. Or, no, you can immediately jump up here and they shouldn't necessarily stick to you like blue. I'll just keep it simple like this. Okay, and then the flood that are bending up here. They're just gonna stay up here and this point. Okay, and then the fodder flood over here, they are going to behave defensively until the Juggernaut spawns. Just gonna harass the hunter from over here. And then when should I have them move up? Halo 2. We'll probably let them go crazy once they've killed the hunter. I'll just let the Juggernaut do his thing until then. After the hunter is dead, we'll just let them go wherever the fud they want. Including chasing the player if they so wish. And then the climbing flood over here are gonna have the same orders. Okay, Juggernaut. Okay, you are initially... You were gonna follow the hunter initially. No minor grunt corpses? Well, I chose these guys to be higher ranked because we're near the sanctum, and I would think that only near such an important place, my major ranks would appear more often. Alright, you are going to follow the hunter initially. Then, when either the hunter is dead or the player is near the exit, it'll switch to following the player instead. Player near garden B exit. It's gonna check for a trigger volume. B garden B exit. They're about I will also make the Juggernaut berserk at that same timing, so if you're Russian, he will immediately berserk so he can chase you down. Okay, then you will change orders to follow the player. Okay, check them to follow the Hunter Squad. He is going to follow you all over the place. Anywhere and everywhere. How hard is it to learn Sapien? I'd say Sapien is one of the easier things to learn with Halo. Things are pretty straightforward. The hardest part is just learning about the keybinds, which always involve like Control, Shift, or Alt to do alternate functions. Now for the dudes guarding the exit. Gonna have them stick here, pretty simple. Have Blender open at the same time to check references only. Do you make map changes and compile and reload in Sapien? I have Blender open to see if to make changes if I feel necessary. I adjusted some geometry, and that'll reflect next time I re-import this BSP. And what about the infection forms here? Probably just give them the FAR orders for whoever they revive will inherit those orders. Hey, I think that should be everyone's orders. I don't know how much time I have left, but let's get them all spawned in the scripts. Do you plan to release a final trailer for this mod? Maybe. Place to flood with Guatemalans. What? What does that mean? Alright, so Hunter is okay. So sleep until should probably spawn the drones in when the player's like midway through area. Spawn them when the player's midway through or the hunter is weakened below 50% health. I think that'll make sense. My fucking mouse is driving me insane. Have that on a timeout as well. Timeout of, let's say, 1,500 ticks. It plays guard drones. Also, I need to have the hunter prefer to target the initial fodder squad. My favorite Danganronpa character? I don't know, I really like Kirigiri. Or Kyoko. I did stream some development of CER, but it was on my Twitch. And I don't know how many of them the VODs are left. Have the hunter magically see the fodder squad. And let's place the flood in. You find in Blender that map's geometry faces need to be deleted and redrawn to make features like bevels and similar work? Not really. Halo 2's maps, when you extract them, has a bunch of like disconnected vertices, so I always merge vertices within a certain distance when I extract a Halo 2 map, because otherwise things get really difficult. I'm pretty sure like all of the faces have disconnected vertices when you extract a Halo 2 map. Very weird. Okay, and then we're gonna make a trigger volume for fucking mouse. God. Gonna make a trigger volume to spawn in the Juggernaut and the Exit Flood. Or if you move up too far, too quickly, make sure they're placed in before you have a chance to miss them. Make sure to only check for the upper level. Alright, so once you go past this point, the game will spawn the Juggernaut in. Okay, so the Juggernaut will be able to spawn under certain conditions. They will probably first wait until the player is advanced up to one of the higher ground. Why is my mouse dying? Quick, donate to the Ruby Mouse Fund. Emergency mouse fund. Okay, we will wait till the player has advanced up to here. And that's let's see. Probably, Yeah, probably just check to wait until players in this trigger volume. Maybe optionally checking that the initial flood have been weakened. That's the first thing we'll check for. Make sure the player has their foot in the door of the encounter. YouTube doesn't accept PayPal. I have my Streamlabs donation link in the description. I would prefer people use that because YouTube, all the money goes to me, and instead of 30% of it going to YouTube, like with Super Chats. Okay, the second thing we'll check for is that the player is looking in the direction of the Juggernaut. Ideally, we want to get him into this encounter as soon as possible. Let's add a flag over here. Objects can see a flag. Players within 35 degrees. Oh, thank you, Warbrand.
Here is 1/10 of what you need for a good mouse. Also add a flood sniper to screw with player.
Thank you so much, Warbrand. Well, that's 1/10 of the mouse fund. 9 more of you step up.
Here is 1/10 of what you need for a good mouse. Also add a flood sniper to screw with player.
Objects can see flag. RB look. And the player is in this higher ground trigger volume. Yeah, holy mosey, already did 10 bucks. 8 more of you now! Right fucking now! I'm going to starve. Yeah, my mouse is Razer. I don't know if that indicates anything about the quality. Genuinely worse mouses? Well, that's good to know, at least. For the future. Okay, so if you're not in this trigger volume, we're gonna add an additional delay. Just a bit. Actually, no. So this should have a timeout to it. Let's say 15 seconds. And then, should I spawn some more flood first? Should I spawn the flood, climbing flood before or after the Juggernaut comes in? Probably after. until he spawned. Gonna wait like 6 seconds before spawning them in. Also, probably wait until the fodder flood are thinned out too. So there's 2 or less alive. I will also need to add a trigger volume over here that will not spawn the Juggernaut in. Will not spawn, well, the Juggernaut's always going to spawn in because of the trigger volume you cross, but you need to add a trigger volume here that will not spawn the climbing flood in if you're near the window, because you might be able to see them spawn. We can't have that. Alright, do not spawn them in if the player's in this trigger. Or wait to spawn them in until the player's not in this trigger volume. Okay. Thank you, Zeno.
Your bluff has been called. Now you are one step closer to a new mouse lol. Also, did you block or remove the rooftop roots and ledges that allow speedrun, skips from outskirts?
I did
That
some stuff
entire
with
area
that.
has so
You'll
many
see.
spots that can break out of the map, it's crazy.
It is crazy. Thank you so much for using Streamlabs. And the exit flood need to spawn in when the player crosses the what trigger volume? This one. Oh my god, my mouse is driving me fucking crazy. It wasn't doing this before today either. There's no worse feeling than your mouse just not responding to your input at random.
Now you are one step closer to
It
a
is
new mouse lol.
infuriating.
Also, did you block or remove the rooftop roots and ledges that allow speedrun, skips from outskirts? That entire area has so many spots that can break out of the map, it's crazy.
Wait until the hunter is alternate condition below 25% strength, or the Juggernaut has spawned and is dead, or is losing strength. Or the living count of the flood here. Actually, no. Spawn them in if the far flood have spawned. And there are 2 or less flood alive in the room. Alright, so multiple spawn conditions for these guys. We'll spawn the infection forms with the second wave of them. Spawn them in when you're either near the exit or position there, or the Juggernaut has spawned and is dead. Okay, and then we'll play around with the idea of a rocket flood. So probably on legendary only, I'm thinking. Conditional, right now, if difficulty heroic below, then begin AI place RB flood back 0 spawn the pike users, and if we are on legendary we will spawn them plus the rocket dude. We'll give this a spin, and then I will need to go. Whoa! Thank you, David.
I think Halo 2 should have been released for the 360 with all the cut content, dialogue.
That would have been
Also,
an interesting
keep up the
alternate
great
timeline. Thank you so much for using Streamlabs. Appreciate it. Should also guarantee a checkpoint after the Juggernaut dies. So I need to set his berserk conditions. Thank you, Muddler.
When first joined the Corps, we didn't have any fancy schmancy mouse. We had sticks, 2 sticks, and a rock for the whole mod, and we had to share the rock.
Well said. Sleep till...
When first joined the Corps, we didn't have any fancy schmancy mouse. We had sticks, 2 sticks, and a rock for the whole mod, and we had to share the rock.
Give a checkpoint when the Juggernaut dies. Okay. Oh, need to spawn the infection forms. You guys too? But only if the living count of these guys. You know what? No. Just spawn them all. Go crazy. Actually, let's do an infection control first before I do that. Then spawn them in. And they're gonna have the magically see the players so they get going. Okay. I only have enough time to playtest this once, so let's make a playtest script for it. Let's make it count. Also won't have the dialogue that's supposed to be in this room yet. Okay, let's first give this. Actually, I'll playtest this twice. Once on normal, once on legendary. Let's playtest this on normal first, which is what Sapien defaults to. Oh, not Garden A. That's the wrong one. Wrong one. All right, let's go. Oh, yeah, these Blood are going to need a command script and not immediately get distracted by the hunter that's over here. Need them to focus on the player. There's the Juggernaut. I'll probably play a Roar to accompany his spawning. Oh, bro's getting slapped around. I'm about to slap my mouse. Yeah, the drones. Oh, he got fucked up. Fucked up. And there are the honor guard brutes. These keep flying placed. Ah! I forgot about you. Drones, help! Help me, drones. Ah! There we go. Oh, look at them all down there. Low infection chan. Okay, nice. You're gonna need a lot of polish, but liking what we have so far as the base. Let's play on legendary now. Yo, focus on me, I'm right here. Probably need to start this room with an AI disregard for the hunter, so they go for the player instead. And time out that disregard. This fucking decal is so badly mapped. Service. My mouse is still fucking up. This feels like more than a sensor issue. It feels like the power is flickering out or some shit. Help the hunter out. As much as we can. I don't think the Juggernaut will be able to follow me up here. Alright, you guys settle that difference. Maybe the rocket flood here. Wait, did I even give him a rocket launcher? Why do I feel like I didn't? No, I did. Where is he? Where's my rocket dude? Did he blow himself up by chance? He might have. Oh my god, the drone's finished off the Juggernaut for me. Nice. Where's my rocket dude? I think they still need animations for using the stave. You know what? I don't care. Yeah, I don't know what happened to the rocket spawn. Might have been an object memory issue at the moment. It's something I can optimize. Well, this has been fun. Not my mouse part dying on me, but everything else. Whee! That'll do it for today's stream, everybody. That's one more encounter complete. We're nearing the end of this mission already. Not counting all the fucking texturing and scenery work I have to do still.
I really wish mods
Thank you, David.
were allowed on console. This mod is too good for only PC.
Bring Halo mods to Xbox. Yes. Thank you so much. For everybody who donated through Streamlabs. And I always appreciate super chats either way. But yeah, I'll see you guys next week. And don't quote me, but we'll probably be working on the Warthog run next week. We'll see. Alright. Have a good rest of your Sunday, everybody. Peace out.